Can you please open the gate?
.34, 35, delayed by train at Robstown Station.
Okay, just hold on to it. I'm going to try to work it out. I think I got it.
Location, what's your 10-20?
Open calculator.
I'll be at the sleeping seating side on the traffic stop.
Open calculator.
Morgan Avenue. There you go.
Location, what's your 10-20?
And I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this, so I can account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to the virtual box, and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to the message because the virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11.
When 6.04 that will release early next year, you'll have a newer base.
The very first entry on the top of the screen here is from March 25th at noon. So I was able to start the output from that date.
With the environmental damage that they feel to do.
And again, here's the command. It's definitely a very useful one to add to your notes. And this might be useful if you're investigating an issue that happened within a particular window of time, so that way you can avoid looking at log entries that are older than the event that you're investigating. So in this example, if something happened around noon on the
point for a lot of people. Current estimates put the price tag at around 25 billion euros, which is approximately 29 billion US dollars.
And it'll ask me a few more questions. Where am I? I am in the UK, that's fine. London's fine for my time zone. I need to create an account. This is a local account. We're not going online here. This is simply a local account on the computer. So I'll just set this up. The password there is fair. This is only the test system. And note, we do have an option here to log in automatically, although I'm going to leave things to require a password on logon. So we'll click on continue. And there we are.
Over station area.
905, there's a radio check.
The water barrier in front. Like this. No fluorescence. If I start this up first, and then block it, you see that the energy.
And we know it, but I don't know if the council knows it, so that's why this is on the agenda today. We also asked that Chris Noe, the project manager from Pape Dawson, be here today, because in my working with him, and I think I would attest for Nick as well, he's an outstanding leader in
System is secure.
I'm not sure if we'd be this far if it wasn't for Chris from Pape Dawson. So he's going to present to the council a little bit today too, just so you'll get to see him.
The 140, 156, I'm good here. The cleaning crew set the alarm off and they can't get hold of the owner to turn it off.
I gotta get me some more coffee. I gotta cut branches all night. I gotta cut branches in little pieces. Oh, my bad. Was I talking in my home? Was I thinking out of line? Branches and brush smack. I was jokes confused.
10-4. 17, one man brush.
Okay. I think it's gonna remove all shit that says 10-4.
And then 915, I got that one all in. I had it in for you.
He's gonna say 10-4 to get out of it. As well.
319 conference.
Yeah.
And then 915, I got that one all in. I had it in for you.
We got those recordings for 10-4.
Out to 932.
Yeah.
Underscore 20251211 123846.
Or you could contact county to see if they'll accept it.
Yeah.
Democrat obstruction. So John, I must have signed 200 into the administration. Just about caught up. It's amazing. So compliments to John. We had to do some things that were very tough to do. He didn't want to do, but he was forced to do it by the Democrats. And as far as the shutdown.
10-4 is getting embedded in everything.
That individual at Staples Station the operator is going to be able to continue with the coaching, but he does have a report to do when he comes in.
We can just right click and add to panel, and it appears down here. And if we want to add something to a desktop, just as easy, we could go, for example, to, I don't know, Office, LibreOffice Writer, right click and add.
33348690, repeating 33348690.
Battalion 2, Engine 10, Engine 8, Ladder 7. Again, Battalion 2, Engine 10, Engine 16 Blanco Court, 3616 Blanco Court.
Supposedly I'm going to court for recording and persecute me in my house. What bullshit.
28 or back at 4.
Once you see an answer,
First is I think it's with Christi Davis answer.
The FBI. Well, the FBI.
And right away it had to be the person. When I got home, I checked it. It looked clean, but deep in the grooves there were bits of old food. I smelled it, and there it was. Right away, it had to be the cutting board. When I got home, I checked it. It looked clean, but deep in the I smelled it. Same raw chicken smell. I always clean well, water, soap, but I found out.
Sorry, which flight cap?
554 8855. Definitely 54 8855. Transfer.
New JSON has been completed.
And then 915, I got that.
10 for 614 618.
Block.
631 10. 614 10.
Well, I got a garage I can't.
So we'll click on finish.
President Trump has been very vocal that he disagrees
And
with
here
the
we
fact
are
he wants
back
lower
again.
rates.
I need to log
Today,
in.
President Trump says not so fast, but
There we go.
term
And
is
nothing
up
looks
next
different, but
year.
now
And
the edition is installed. I can right click and go to
different who the president chooses, and that could mean that there is likely next year.
Elizabeth Schulze, our thanks to you. We're seeing dramatic
Just DJ, that was the one before that you kind of cut off. 5402 is 1044. Okay, President.
Yeah, I got my beer. Hey, company. Oh, there's only one program in there, huh? What's it say?
Program.
Million programs every day. It's a bunch of ones.
Right.
With file here.
all of which have different names. And here, the most popular is the Cinnamon Edition, which is the one we'll mainly focus on in this video. So, let's click on download, and if we go down this page, we find a related range of sites that actually provide access to the ISEC file, and then you can paste them all the way down to UK. There we are. And I'm going to download from University of Cambridge Service. So I'll click save the ISEC file, which is 2.7.
Why are you holding on to this? It wasn't a decision. And it's valued at up to $5 million.
Looking at it.
When you land a report,
together,
and we're talking about that. We advise our residents who need to warm up to the president's city libraries. There are normal business hours. So, remind you, it says recommended.
He's given
up by source mother, raised to foster care, and an alibi.
more toast purchased and one lodging at central. So I'll do a setting up so you get on switch to the Leader always nominates one more individual as an alternate per category than the number of positions available for the council's consideration. So the ccpd is making the following recommendations for reappointments, and they are Jennifer Lita, Community at Large.
South Shore.
Stephen, thank you for doing an unbelievable job. And the people in this country love you, I tell you what, and they love what you say about crime and stopping crime. So now I'd like to ask Director Patel to say a few words, and then also, and I just want to congratulate them. This is an amazing thing, and we're just at the start. We're going to go into other cities that we're not talking about purposely. We're getting ready to go in, and when they go in, like
our thing's gonna raise house like swap.
Spectrum analysis engaged.
Room for two behind brush.
17 on man brush.
Configuration applied. Configuration applied. Changes. Take shutting down Mega on.
He's from me in service. I'll be running buses and
that brush piles on his property.
To be aware of the situation with,
the
spring time,
the whole left.
we might be checking
No, there are extremes on the left, and there are extremes on the right. And we collectively should tackle them. But to come here and just look at us and say we all support what's going on in the extremes is why we can't solve anything in this building. Director, let me say first, thank you for being here, and my condolences on the loss of your friend.
Mega actual. Real calls me a mega actual. Which is
Commission said obliterated, and the people that have seen the site said obliterated, and frankly Iran said it was obliterated. And to show you how accurate it was, and credible information that there was any specific ongoing threat from this individual, and so we do not believe these events need to be canceled. We do believe you can safely go to church in the morning. Given anything less than 100%. In order to provide an additional sense of safety, and comfort and confidence, there will be an enhanced and visible law enforcement presence throughout the community tomorrow. We want people to know.
Negative fight in progress.
Inappropriate relationship with a staff member. Michigan's athletic director said in a statement the conduct constitutes a clear violation of university policy, and UM maintains zero tolerance for such behavior. Moore was head coach for 2 seasons, 11 this year to 9 his record. The team ranked 18th in the country.
The cinema edition, which is the one we'll mainly focus on
Michigan's
in
bowl
this
game
video.
on December 31st.
So, let's click on.
Everyone to dispatch. Okay, I was ready for those times on Humberto's bus, unit 1015.
But they have, but it's under the debris. So they're going to dump their load and fish out that metal.
And he went back into service at 1902.
Alright, Temple. 1848 and 1902.
Temple. Delta 115, do we have a case number?
Does it work?
320032.
What's an academic? There's only 2 of them.
It's designed to teach you Linux and take it from 0 to 0 in the shortest time possible.
He
You'll be using
was really nervous
within a
about
matter of hours.
this new challenge because he just didn't know if he was going to be able to do it. And he wrote...
Yeah, we do that. You get city council blanket circle. Get rid of the radios when you leave.
Please, can you open the gate, please?
Alright, because my mom's doing dishes in the kitchen or something.
At something called IceCat 3D, that's in the northern Scandinavia. That first lecture about the 2020s. This is another concept of what it would look like. So people are still innovating even at this larger array concept. Again, in the antenna performance.
I got 9 once you turned around. He's now 29 when people are like,
I serve my country, now I carry legally everywhere I go. National I serve my country, and now I carry legally everywhere I go. Got yourself a valid CC.
That ended up in 3D.
And hey presto,
stories that they made up, and they made it up in order to explain why he lost an election. That she lost pretty good numbers. Actually, the second one was even better. But the third one, this one was too big to rig. It was just too big to rig. They would have rigged. They tried to rig it. But think of it. They want to send my children.
I recorded.
Watch out.
Because I got saved.
Now today, covering the holes in the corner fitting. If you take a look up there, at the corners there's 2 cubes. If you look inside of here, where the 2 containers meet, water can also potentially leak into the house. So the idea was, aside from covering it up in there as a bit of a preventative measure, I figured, let me not let water pool in here at all.
48, 44, Sebastian Perales, and I've got a 27 for you. One 1502-8709, 1502-8709, Sebastian Bromley.
That's it, huh? After all the computer programs.
And then we'll receive 2% of future sales proceeds. Not impacting the Housing Finance Corporation, but in terms of a repayment to the city home loans, the loan
virtual machine, not least by permitting it to run full screen and allowing a shout.
And pretending nothing has changed. But as a lawyer, I have to ask the question, how illegal is this?
I got him years ago out here, they're probably 18. Probably in 10 500, calling Vegas 59141.
Simple fucking shit, AI. I mean, it's computer programming too. It should goddamn know everything about computers. You know? And then it comes off like it fucking knows everything. There you go. It looks like
available running out of station 72 for training.
Now got 705
Banana Republic. And what we're doing is not, well, not kidding, we're not there. They want to do it, they want his news. And I know what they want. I don't have to leave it up to them, but I choose to at this moment. But there's never been anybody in the history of politics. You know, they say the two worst treated presidents
in any case,
by
it
the
just
media,
sounds like that
etc.
warbling sound
Was that man right there?
That particular thing. That's one of those things. The cosmic ray.
cosmic radiation called to it.
46 Lieutenant Lamb.
Yeah, whatever. B naming. 1027.
Location, what's your 10-20?
Open calculator.
I'll be at the sleeping and feeding inside on
Trim complete.
Open calculator.
Go ahead.
Renaming and preparation complete.
Simple fucking shit, right?
Thank
And
you.
computer programming too. It should goddamn know everything. Yeah. And then it comes off like it fucking knows everything. That's what gets me.
225 Q.
The DA confirming he used a knife to allegedly kill his parents. Nick Reiner is expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents. Morgan Chesky starts us off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office
Give me the
can
info on
bring.
Alameda. Is that from Tommy? When 35 South Alameda?
Advancing signs that help your business stand out. Must have merch like tote bags.
We don't have new commercial program. User feedback said people didn't want that pre-installed. You can obviously have it yourself if you want it. On the internet, again, it's pretty minimal. We've got the Firefox web browser. We've got convenient for connecting to remote desktops. We've got Office, which includes
All the stuff I listen to and look at on the internet about science.
To academic excellence, to accountability, to
I don't have a product key, so we'll just take
and
that
so,
down there.
you know, the response we
Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox, and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. The videos and specifically in my recent video about Linux Mint 20. So, we'll go with the default of erasing disk and installing Windows Mint. This is referring to our virtual drive here, so do not panic. And we can now click on Install Now, and then click on Continue. After that, there's then just the standard parts of install, picking our location, and creating an account. And the Linux Mint installation is now proceeding.
Location, what's your 10-20?
Yes. It's a deep darkness. Chinese all of the know about because of the Christian foundation. Have you heard of Intel?
Wait, they're trying to brainwash me to kill my mother again.
out, I'd load his bullet, getting them ready for me and get it ready for him, telling me what to do. So it just kind of worked. You know, with him, when he was shooting, I'd load his bullet.
As we go to break, we'll take a look at our next shooter.
Kind of
this is Jeff Heath.
For both of us.
He'll be up next. When we continue as we go to break, we'll take a look at our next shooter. This is Jeff Heath. He'll be up next. When we continue with forward. King of 2 Miles is being brought to you by Night Force Optics. Rugged, reliable.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
If I can use that word.
And I said to them,
that stumbling over the word articulable is objectively...
24.
You're good for a 16.
Let me guess, it's going to tell me I'm medic.
Last 4 years. Alvin Bragg, a local prosecutor. His office staffed by somebody who's there. Jack Smith, picked as a special counsel, staffed his entire office as DOJ prosecutor. And then there are countless things that happen. All the writing that require no explanation of the complete abomination of
just me and my mom.
Oh, Emanuele.
Physically.
28 or back at Corpus.
$100 million.
What the Fed said today is basically now it's on hold. It's going to see how the data comes in. It's not pre-committing to any other decisions. It expects maybe one more rate cut next year, but really now the message from the Fed is wait and see to see what happens with the economy. It hopes that its policy right now keeps the economy in okay place. Lindsay.
Is it likely that this divisiveness, the Fed, that we're seeing now, is something that could happen?
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
If I can use that word.
And I said to them,
It tells us down here. Previously,
that stumbling over the word articulable is objectively...
I think you'll probably start to watch because I'm hearing the numbers are much quicker than we
How do you guys? It's a couple 100,000.
Go straight in and he'll be building 17 on the right. He'll be standing outside.
I don't.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
the applications, the settings, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
277 Faber.
That's all Johnny gets is cheap strippers, huh? Well, they're stripping Wi-Fi.
Useless on paper, but it's called a personal computer. It cannot be personal if your operating system is the exact same as your neighbor, even though your use cases are completely different. So on Linux, you can pick a distro that fits your needs out of the box. But if even that isn't completely perfect, you can replace components. Get another file manager, get a different window manager, change the init system so you have more control over how your computer starts and what.
So the Democrats at the paint store brainwashing themselves with math and science, huh?
The DA confirming he used a knife to allegedly kill his parents. Nick Reiner was expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents. Morgan Chesky starts us off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
Well, I'll be sure and call code enforcement.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
Oh, and by the way, no trespassing. It's your fucking warning. I got a video of this, too, dickhead.
Yeah, they've played that recording a lot. Do I believe it? I guess the computer don't think I believe it.
To it, which I guess is on purpose. But let's plug it into a system and see how
FBI
many viruses.
I believe it.
While turning it on, I don't have my internet connected, just to be safe.
Now, it actually comes pre-formatted and reads as a 4 terabyte drive in Disk Manager and in Crystal Disk Info. But they clearly scrambled the little drive's brain, because I could only copy 256 gigs onto it before the files started breaking. Interestingly, the bit of data that it could read and write happened faster than I was expecting,
I built this computer so they could leave me alone and argue with something, thinking it was me. That's why. And boy, did I get
point for an 18-month-old child that had fallen off his bed. He's not physically moving. He is not breathing for the
The first of these is the base package, so let's just install this. This gives us the basis of VirtualBox. Installed, so we go back. We're next going to install VirtualBox Guest Editions ISO, which will improve the performance of our virtual machine, not least by permitting it to run full screen and allowing a shared.
allowing a recording shack. Well, the light's on at one recording shack.
Building the highest precision custom rifle actions in the world today. In by Stiller's Actions. Building the highest precision custom rifle actions in the world today.
Let down. They probably 439. You can't
I'm a shooter and a technical engineer. I manage the technology.
We find a number of packages available of which we need to install.
Fake dispatch radio code bullshit.
The first of these is the base package, so let's just install this. This gives us the basis of VirtualBox. Of course, I need to put my password.
They're trying to interfere with
There we are, that's now installed. So if we go back, we're next going to install VirtualBox Guest Editions ISO, which will improve the performance of our virtual machine, not least by permitting it to run full screen and allowing a share.
Actually turns routine traffic into deadly. And number 3, we'll talk about how you can fight back so that you don't become the next false hit. So how exactly did these children end up face down crying on asphalt during a routine traffic stop? In August 2020, Brittany Gillum was on her day out with her 6-year-old daughter, teenage nieces, and sisters. They parked at a shopping mall so one of the girls could get her nails done. Suddenly, multiple police officers
nails. pretty well. I can't find roofing nails. I had a box of roofing nails somewhere. I think they're buried in the trailer in the garage. I can't make roofing nails. Yeah, roofing nails.
Trim complete.
Are really making people afraid.
Processed 2017. Quarantined food.
So they had a mayor who would speak up for them.
Yeah, also, I need a can of blackjack, yeah. So the computer served a purpose finally after all that.
28 error back at part-time.
All of the hundreds of billions of dollars that the insurance companies have been making, the stock is up 1,700%. And by the way, the stock market today hit another high. 52 times we hit a high.
Yeah, I had to find black market roofing. Oh, there's brown look.
You know, we had the greatest economy in history in my first time. I think we're blowing it away right now. I think we're blowing it away.
Well, we don't eat cheese products no more for the immigrant process.
Charles, in light of China's research on where birds, do you view India
I would
as
never buy China cheese.
Proton VPN.
Hello.
You know what a VPN does and what it's
Yeah, I can always
a recent kernel, recent drivers, you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Purple, I love what they've done. It is a
American freedom bullshit.
Football team Sharon Moore has now been detained by police. A school investigation found evidence he had an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. Michigan's athletic director said in a statement the conduct constitutes a clear violation of university policy, and UM maintains zero tolerance for such behavior. Moore was head coach for 2 seasons and led them this year to a 9-3 record, with the team ranked 18th in the country. Biff Poggi will be the interim coach for Michigan's
I believe that.
on December 31st.
Took the American flag and wiped their ass with it and flushed it down the toilet and plugged up the pipes in her yellow
New JSON has been completed.
American freedom.
41808887 41808888.
American freedom.
Thank you.
American freedom. It's only thinking 10-4.
Python for Chandler is not cleared prior to 2025, December 2025. Shows deny renewal for failure to appear and insurance.
You've taken over 6,000 firearms off the street. 6,000 guns are no longer in the hands of criminals in 7 months. We've identified and found and located 4,700 child victims. That is a 35% increase year-to-date last year. We have arrested 1,500 child predators. That is a 10% increase year-to-date last year. Just 7 months. We've assisted our partners counterterrorism operations around the world.
We've also got windows listed in the video, but the critical one is that if you have a video graphics card, and on this computer there drivers for the video graphics card.
Hi, Sam, go ahead.
Location also 10-20.
Northbound 637. Possibly by virtue of fuel, I have a caller advising there's a Ford F-150 and there's some type of fire. They couldn't tell me exactly what was on fire. I've only received one call about it. 10 running around.
Out to 932. Yeah.
There had one guy down there in Yellow House beat the shit out of his immigrant girlfriend. He ended up in my backyard last night.
From your mouth.
235. This car is advising is through R35 close to the exit towards Eagle side.
And then that's when DPS and Serta showed up. The radio was Johnny's house instead of the motherfucker.
Full spectrum analysis engaged. Full spectrum analysis engaged.
Location, what's your 10-20?
That happened about 5-6 fucking years ago. Open calculation.
Configuration applied. Configuration applied.
From 40 years before Bill Cosby's first break. This is a very old break. It's a very old piece. All that shit is still, it's just name call. Like, name call does not break the model. Talk about that. Like, if I went to Kentucky Fried Chicken, and for some reason...
Ford KFC. They wanted $45 for a bucket of dark meat chicken. Can you imagine that? It wasn't even white meat. Bucket of Yardbirds, $44. KFC. I can't afford that shit.
314.7.
At least my computer.
Can you check that? Can you run a Sonia Treviño de Gonzalez with a date of birth of July 9, 88? See if she has a valid driver's license.
To manifesting.
And it'll ask me a few more questions. Where am I? I am in the UK, that's fine. London's fine for my time zone. I need to create an account. This is a local account. We're not going online here. This is simply a local account on the computer, so I'll just set this up.
Who are they really asking questions?
The password there is fair. This is only a test system. And note, we do have an option here to log in automatically, although I'm going to leave things to require a password on logon. So we'll click on continue. And there we are.
Why am I supposedly attaining a password on Blogger?
Seven three.
I'm drinking. I didn't use Blogger anymore. Couldn't connect it to M8N, so I could run an automated advertising scheme to try to sell product with free ads on Blogger. That's why I gave up on it. That was years ago.
Of a desktop, is still a first draft. The applications of the operating system settings are still
pointed where the satellite was, and then February 11th, 1958. Let's see if this works. It does not. In any case, it just sounds like that garbling sound that you heard when I tuned in that particular thing. That's one of those things. The cosmic ray.
Tonio's DL is not clear, shows not eligible, shows the never deal failure to appear.
Oh, this shit don't pertain to me. Her bullshit. Yeah, she makes dates up.
Can you check her and the other logo? See the
To obtain it, we need to create an account, which then enables us to navigate to here, where we can download the software. Here is VMware Workstation Pro for personal use Windows, like that, and I can click on the release, which logically the top one again, that, and then this gets us access to the files, and nothing but click on the little power, we get the end to download the file,
With every single fucking one of you! If we give him enough time, you'll do it. So you fucking work.
Officers, you gonna take responsibility if he takes one of them out? Because I don't. They just wait.
Good job, computer.
Working on it. Yeah. We're not.
With Myra up there, and as soon as they finish up, we're going to
59
remove the
times.
debris from the...
95 times one adult male from Portland, United back in Austin. Getting mileage is 65.1.
Definitely.
Yeah, I've definitely been having people voice their opinion.
The system will now reboot, and once again we're arriving at the mint, this time installed on the computer. So we'll just log in, and here we are back on the desktop with the Welcome Wizard, and there's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later in the video, but the critical one is that if you have an video card, but on this computer is NVIDIA graphics card, we need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card.
Subsidies expiring or not is not working. You've got to present a bigger vision, and I think the pox on both your houses is going to come up in those primaries.
Carlos, let me get your take. In talking to a White House official, I was told, look, don't rule out the possibility that there could be an 11th hour deal. Is that person being realistic? Do you think that there could actually be an 11th hour deal here?
Yeah,
you could understand why it would happen, Chris.
Notarizing real estate deeds.
Find a number of packages available, of which we need to install.
State dispatch radio code.
The first of these is the base package, so let's just install this. This gives us the basis of VirtualBox. And of course we need to enter the password. Installed, so we go back. We're next going to install VirtualBox Guest Edition ISO, which will improve the performance of our virtual machine, not least by permitting it to run full screen and allowing a share.
Fentanyl coming in this country is drastically reduced, not just because of the fact that Border Patrol...
The cartels have been doing the same thing for quite some time. You'll notice that our fentanyl costs have drastically reduced under the Trump administration. Fentanyl coming in this country is drastically reduced, not just because of the fact that Border Patrol has really tightened up the border across the United States and Mexico.
The driver has any conviction for charges under 43-4
Must have merch. LA 40 people. Copy. Call Lincoln Laura 0284.
Every person of customers can go
Farewell, thank you for the but she's not answering. He did make location, spoke with the homeowner, as George had found her, asking if she was there.
I also want to make sure
Well, I have the recordings.
We'll click on
Very
vocal that he disagrees and here we are back again. I need to log in. There we go. And nothing looks different, but now with guest additions installed, I can right click and go to display.
We will very much see a different makeup at the Fed depending on who the president chooses, and that could mean that there is likely even more division potentially next year.
Copy in black and white.
For allegedly stealing hundreds of millions of dollars in taxpayer money.
In the video,
in the paperwork that we were given you, you have that right. The public deserves to hear what those people have to say. It's a mind-blowing investigation. There's not much I can say.
We need to launch the drive
suppressing the Hunter Biden laptop story during the 2024 election.
Off the top of my memory, sir, I believe the FBI was in possession of verified information on that laptop, and it was improperly publicized that they did not
Location
have
of
the
certain.
The laptop I labeled China rice. They even look up what China rice is. Do I gotta fucking do it for him?
Yes, sir.
I need a meter number for Alameda.
Yeah, I found China rice on Dell motherboards, what, 20-something years ago. What fucking matters now? Yeah, they probably pass the same laptop around. They call it Johnny computer. Like they run all people.
China
Are y'all on anything right now?
On a number of packages available, of which we need to install three. And first of these is to make secret selections to install business consistent basis of
What do you got for you?
next bit we install ISO, which will improve the performance of our virtual machine, not least by permitting it to run full screen and allowing a shared.
Sorry, 51.
So they try to make me look like a perv while my mom's taking.
Starting JSON security scan.
Supposed to sound like we're goddamn fucking puppets on fucking strings for a fucking bitch. With their radio PC bullshit I've been hearing about for the last fucking decade. That's why I recommend she call the fucking police every goddamn time she comes here.
Give out cards once the bill's inserted.
My mom didn't fucking call her and ask her to come in. She's pissed. In fact, she's thinking about motherfucking suing.
To excellence, to accountability, to meaningful engagement. And so, you know, the response we submitted speaks for itself.
Let me ask
what?
Show of hands. If you think that there would ever be a
DPS
case
India.
You have a few options here and there. Honestly, for my people, more than enough. It's a good terminal. It is a fantastic piece of stuff to terminal off a desktop. It is fairly first the application. You also have a very basic text editor. It doesn't do much. It does have some animated as it should be. If some stuff that, but I think most people will just there are another text editor including editing apps, not short repo. It's a very simple one, but it has the merit of existing and letting you.
We're about to end that way. Okay, either way.
That.
156, 135. I was doing that. I was at 19. I got that crash report to knock out. Yeah, we'll head that way. 156. I'll be 10-6-19.
Yeah, cocksucker, come. Watch TV, motherfucker.
Joe's available right now, station 72 for training.
The affidavit on the warrant paperwork and everything.
And call code enforcement, motherfucker.
Move 2,193 files to processing
and by the
0.
way, no trespassing. You're fucking warned. I got a video of this, you dickhead.
Without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they got. It is a
Acting like Trump voice. Pussy shit talking cockroach cocksuckers. Fucking goddamn fucking fake ass goddamn roaches.
Target 320, Ricker Road.
Go ahead. Where'd you put those affidavits at?
The very top shelf above the
you should be
checklist
able to run that
and the
on
DOR.
any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've got. It is a
Fucking cunts are fucking stupid.
Spoke to anybody that even had any question. Ted Cruz has been a very strong advocate of common. This is common sense. I think it's nothing more than.
Put that there is we want to show you copying lots of files at the same time. So let's go back to our USB drive, going back to that directory and list again so we can remember what is going on. And we can copy lots of files using what are called wildcards. So we could, for example, here put in CP for copy and star and then we'll just
Reset all audio.
Put in back again to the home directory.
There's a truck on the roadway. It was the juvenile that was black on black.
And spell it and and what's that going to do?
42 copy, calling tomorrow 02
Object in this photo looks familiar to you. Possibly taking back his college physics class. Dr. John Shai, the host of the Phoenix film, invented it at Bell Labs in 1950.
Drive plugged into the system, as you can probably see up here. And if we click this little button here to add a USB filter for the currently attached device, we can see it here. There's lots of devices attached. There's a mouse and the keyboard, but I think we'll go for that, which is our USB drive. There we are. So we'll click on OK. Go to the file Explorer. Yes, there's our USB drive.
That's 3 containers.
Hello. I guess so.
He yo one.
Hey, yo, one. Hello.
Frank. 10-4.
the computer with not that many applications.
Priorities for science and technology.
Although
What
here,
are the critical
I'm going to go back to my
areas for the
favourite
United States to be
layout,
competitive?
which is a standard
So I guess in
Windows-like
that
one,
way,
which I still
when they
think
say here are
best.
8 areas for
And
research funding, that does impact what we all do, but directly in the classroom, I would agree that that's less of a federal intervention and more on setting priorities for research. President, there was a Rutgers University professor recently who said that she believes the Trump administration support for HBCUs.
Pick it up again.
Our nation's promise.
And it's no longer going. Always a little hiccup at the start, but that's okay. And it will hiccup once more.
Sweet-sounding words
There we are,
that can justify
key. But this time, unlike in Windows 10, I can simply click on. I don't have
I'm a professor of
and after this, we should get
Madison program at Princeton University. Thank you for watching this video.
Priorities for science and technology. What are the critical areas for the United States to be competitive? So I guess in that way, when they say here are areas for research funding, that does impact what we all do. But directly in the classroom, I would agree that that's less of a federal intervention and more of setting priorities for research. President, there was a Rutgers University professor recently who said that she believes the Trump administration's support for HBCUs,
not least by permitting it to run
Scan complete.
And allowing
System is secure.
priorities for science and technology. What are the critical areas for the United States to be competitive? So I guess in that way, when they say here are 8 areas for research funding, that does impact what we all do. But directly in the classroom, I would agree that that's less of a federal intervention and more of setting priorities for research. President, there was a Rutgers University professor recently who said that she believes the Trump administration's support for HBCUs
I'm sorry, 1305.
So I have my live monitor running.
What are the critical science areas for the United States?
For example, I'm watching
So I guess in that way, when they say for research funding, that does impact what we all do. That does impact in the classroom, but that's less factor. I would agree that that's less intervention and more federal priority intervention and more offsetting priorities for the Trump administration support for HBCUs.
But here for NVIDIA, we'll just
I'm 23.
Tempo 123.
Yeah. All right.
I was just calling to see about getting that stuff cleaned off our parking lot.
Yeah. Code enforcement came today. They put in for a dumpster and it ain't showed up, and I hurt my back last week, so I told her, so I got to get the chainsaw running, but I was out there with the saws all cutting it up. I'm waiting for him to bring something to haul. Warrant. I got a video of this too, dickhead. I was all cut up. I'm waiting for him to bring something to haul it off.
She said it all looked good here, though. Well, she ain't gonna find me for it. I explained that. No, I'm
Try them on for a friend.
And this is all steered by electronic pheasant. So using that in the 50s, one view that you could do it.
Tonight,
I don't know what case will just take down there, case will just take down there, install Windows 11. And so I want to install Windows 11, make sure that I will do this. I also want to install the video graphics card.
I'm already proceeding with my other passengers. Need that headlight.
Take your chances. I eat breakfast 300 yards from 4,000 kilometers of the train. Just in all 1 second, you can come down here. Flash.
You can use it for work, study, entertainment, creativity, or gaming. You can install Office suites like LibreOffice, WPS Office, or only Office for productivity. You can use browsers like Firefox, Chrome, or Vivaldi. You can configure the desktop to suit your workflow perfectly. This level of flexibility is unmatched by most operating systems. As we look at Kubuntu in the context of modern computing, it becomes clear why it continues to gain popularity. People want an operating system.
We'll just say that down
Car,
there.
did he walk into a house?
I don't have a product view, so we'll just say
There was
that
also
down
video
there.
taken inside the
And
building where he
I want to
opened fire and I
Windows
asked
11
the police
so,
and the mayor about that
and
today.
I also want to make sure that offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to virtual box, I'm going to disconnect the network. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message because our virtual machine doesn't
work, creativity, or entertainment, creativity. You can install Office suites like LibreOffice. You can install Office suites like LibreOffice, or only Office for productivity. Or only Office. You can use browsers like Firefox. You can use browsers like Firefox. GNOME has configure a desktop. Some users love. Configure the desktop. Level of flexibility is unmatched by most. Level of flexibility is unmatched by most. As we look at Kubuntu in the context of modern computing, clear why it continues to gain popularity. It's clear why it continues to gain popularity. People want an operating.
They said they could. Yeah. And I can use that word.
And I said to them, it is still a first step. The applications are bare bones. Settings are very bare bones.
So now, lo and behold, we should find, yes, our USB drive is now once again available in Windows.
27 is back on base. I need another bus.
Location, what's your 10-20?
VirtualBox is a hypervisor that I use almost every day. However, there are alternatives, and the first one I can mention is VMware Workstation
stuff like that, super advanced stuff, but that's for later if they ever add it. In terms of appearance, there's also some quite good things that you can look at. Obviously, you've got your usual and like photos, which is you've got your basic calls. It will only appear in selected elements and highlights around Windows. It's not overbearing, you don't have that.
I need another bus.
Mr. would you like to tell us? Mr. Junior,
However, there are alternatives, and the first one that we can mention is VMware Workstation.
I thought that was pretty well written. I like to say he mic dropped his way out. You know, he just was like, I'm out. I'm done. You guys figure it out. That was a complete and total shock.
For allegedly stealing hundreds of millions of dollars in taxpayer money, including from.
Want to have freedom.
I think it's
the protesters have freedom. Iran is not allowed to for a long time. And the protesters, I don't think they're trying to appease me. They're trying
know about network interfaces, that one is all right. And clearly we've now got further. I don't know most of these, but I do want to have anything in the quick launch bar, so we'll get rid of that and click on next. And finally, click on Store.
And now it looks like
there we are. VirtualBox is now installed on our system. We'll let it run as it wishes to, like that. Get rid of this. And here we have VirtualBox. But we're not quite finished yet, because you might remember back in the mists of 18.
The difference between the 8GB 9060 XT and the 16GB model isn't as large as when we were looking at the other games before. However, if you look at the 1% lows, they actually demonstrate how unpleasant the experience is on 8GB cards, with frame rates more than halving.
Now.
All very exciting indeed. Let's take a look at what we have in the menu here. In the menu, I think the first thing you notice is this will be pretty familiar to people who are used to using current versions of Windows. And if you want to configure it, there's lots of really good settings available. Not only do we have the normal Linux type of settings, but we have the Zorin Appearance tab. If we bring that up, you'll see we have different layouts available. And the first layout is what they call Windows-like. It's what we've got here. We've also got Windows List. All very exciting. Let's take a look at what we have on the menu here. The menu, I think the first one goes up in the first pretty familiar Windows like we've got here, version of Windows. Configure it, there's lots of really good settings available. Not only do we have normal settings, but we have a range of options. It's a slide or a single layout. There's no layout. Windows like that's
in terms of appearance, there's also some quite good things that you can look at. Obviously, you get your usual document.
Hello.
Right. I guess so.
Yo one.
Hey, yo one. Hello.
Right.
And from that, we'll get to this message, because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. So we can fix this by going
The links are below in the description too. Thanks to Raycon for sponsoring this video. Now back to the story. At the same time, without fixing the basics, the company began pushing AI into every part of its services.
Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox. Next, we can now enter a username and password for a local account in Windows 11. And we will correct the host name over here to something that doesn't include a space. That's why we've got the problem over there. Let's call it, for example,
now it's a subscription service.
Microsoft-based and automatically installs everything just by shutting down your computer is no longer simple, because Windows is show you previously when now shuts down the host name over here. Just before a deadline for just minutes boot back. Automatically install Windows just by clicking that box. Automatically transfer next by clicking that box. We will adjust and then resources as we did previously. Give the machine about half the resources as we did previously. Give the machine about half the RAM. We release CPU. Pause. We release. Log in. And here we are back on my desktop with a welcome wizard. And there's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later in the video. But the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card, we need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card. And just to be clear, if you have Intel or AMD graphics, the best drivers will already be installed. But here, NVIDIA will just...
EO1.
EO1. Hello?
Frank?
Chattering itself
Right away it had to be the cutting board. When I got home I checked it. It looked clean, but deep in the grooves there were bits of old food. I smelled it and nearly gagged. That same raw chicken smell. I always cleaned it well, hot water, soap, even bleach. But I found out wood cutting boards absorb juices like a sponge, trapping bacteria like E. coli and salmonella deep inside, where bleach can't even reach. I felt sick. I threw it out on the spot. Thankfully...
Jeremy Torino, you got something coming over here from HR. 4 HR from them.
deep inside, where bleach can't even reach. I felt sick. I threw it out on the spot. Thankfully...
We have Kaylin Paxton, or Councilwoman Paxton. She's online. If she'd like to ask a question.
Thank you. I hope everyone can hear me. Looking at the presentation, I had kind of 2 key concerns. My first was, I'm not sure that this was
can't even reach. I felt sick. I threw it out on the spot. Thankfully...
$dollar bill also, that's the one that that's why I got confused.
Okay, and then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block.
Thankfully, side, where
Yeah, 938. Lori Jackson is going to claiming that somebody threw something on her boat.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck big time.
And
I can use that word.
I said to them,
Spinning around and around and not able to give out cars we block. Once the bill's inserted.
Yeah, 938. Lori Jackson is claiming that somebody threw something on her boat with a $12 bill. That's why I got confused.
Now do a list, but let's clear things off
It's
first.
real foggy and
Let's do it and let's go layout. And this time we can see that we've got a images are a USB drive. And we can see that now point with the linear CJD and change difficulties, and then we can see on the drive down there. And so we can change that by simply entering.
Coming in because they don't.
The DA confirming he used a knife to allegedly kill his parents. Nick Reiner was expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents. Morgan Chesky starts us off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
New JSON has been completed.
A knife to allegedly kill his parents. Nick Reiner was expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship
of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobaccos and Firearms, and even members of the U.S. Postal Inspection Service. And this cross-agency collaboration like this one at a nightclub in Colorado features personnel wearing gear with logos of the DEA, FBI, Postal Inspectors, FBI again, ICE's Enforcement and Removal Operations, and the IRS. And for what it's worth,
New JSON has been completed.
Charles, 814.
Roger that. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
Spinning round and round and not able to give out cards once the bill's inserted.
Alright. I just took the 932 with the... Shuttle 2, are you okay? That's why I got confused.
Okay, and then 915, I got
layout.
that one
At least
10-4.
Database sorting complete. The entire audio workflow is finished.
Roger that. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate the call.
The bill validated.
Our database sorting complete. The entire audio workflow is finished. Our database sorting complete. Album art workflow. The entire audio database sorting. Database sorting. The entire audio workflow. The entire audio workflow is finished. Album art workflow. Database sorting. The entire audio workflow is finished.
But we're not quite finished yet, because you might remember back in the mists of ancient time, or in other words, a few minutes ago, we downloaded the VirtualBox extension pack.
The entire audio workflow is finished.
Files and to tools. We're not quite finished yet, because you might remember, and we were back in the mists of ancient time, or in other words, extension pack a few minutes ago, we downloaded the VirtualBox extension, of course. So let's add this in by going to File and to Tools and Extension Pack Manager, like that, and we will install by picking up the extension pack. There it is, and open. And it checks we want to do it, of course. Yes, we do. Better driver support for modern hardware than earlier versions. And here we have VirtualBox. But we're not quite finished yet, because you might remember back in the mists of ancient time, or in other words, a few minutes ago, we downloaded the VirtualBox extension pack. So let's add this in by going to File and to Tools and Extension Pack Manager, like that, and we will by picking up the extension pack. There it is, and open. Check yes, we do.
By show of hands, if you think that there would ever be a case where it's appropriate for the federal government to intervene in what's taught actually in
No.
The optometrist, Dr. Chin.
Do people come in asking for Made in America?
They do.
Between Little Italy and Chinatown?
Commitment to academic excellence, to accountability, to meaningful engagement. And so, you know, the response we submitted speaks for itself.
Full spectrum analysis engaged. Full spectrum analysis engaged.
At the time, I didn't know. I do now.
Full spectrum.
Yes, and I stuck to that.
So the federal government in what is taught actually in classroom. Then if I may, one way that the federal government
that stumbling over the word articulable is objectively.
And every administration has done that. What are the critical...
Hey, dispatch, can you show us a rep to 4922 Andover Drive?
Charles, in China somewhere, but you view India as
28.
Hello.
Because what and requests from
Charlie 42 copy, you want to be on Lincoln 0284. 4401B, go ahead, sir.
CD and run the 64-bit version of these editions. Like that, yes, we want to install it. And we just run through like a normal Windows install process. And there we are, it is installed, but we have to reboot.
try them on in front of a few friends.
What do you think? Oh, gosh.
I bet she says that to all the customers, but we sure appreciated it. The optometrist, Dr. Chin.
Do people come in asking for made in America? Between Little Italy and Chinatown?
And run the 64 version of Guest Editions.
Everyone behind the
That's how you would install it. Just run through the installing process. There we are. It is installed. We're going to have to reboot, so we'll click on Finish.
Straight to the front. Hey man, let me get the 2-piece.
And here we are back again. I need to log in.
You want a biscuit with that nigger?
There we go. And nothing looks different, but now with Guest Editions installed, I can right click and go to Display.
I want a 2-piece. Chop chop. You know what it is.
The travel road in South Valley from the Scotty Road down to 2116. Maybe UT, I'll be sending
And to USB. I have got a USB drive plugged into the system, as you can probably see up here. And if we click this little button here to add a USB filter for the currently attached device, there we can see it here. There's lots of devices attached. There's a mouse and a keyboard, but I think we'll go for that USB drive. There we are. So we'll click on OK. And if we now launch our virtual machine and go to the File Explorer in this PC, yes, there's our USB drive called
No, 10:22. It's in another hour. 10:22.
is in Arial. If we go up to the top there, you'll see the font has been substituted because it's not available. And similarly, this is the Dana, and this is a Comic Sans, and these aren't installed by default in Linux. But we can fix that, because if we close this down, I can go to close that down as well. For now, we'll go to a terminal, and I'm going to type sudo install mstt core fonts and enter. And it'll ask for my password, which of course I have.
100. He's off the hell with a medic.
No, 10:22.
I'll give you a note now in case you want to take down calls over and tell me.
Unit 48. 141 is ready. Four. Good morning, sir.
Okay, the 915, I got that one going. I had an entry box.
Yeah, for him, sir.
It takes 932 off of that.
Yeah, to 932.
Yeah. Football team Sharon Moore and Moore has been detained by police. A school investigation found evidence he had an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. Michigan's athletic director said in a statement the conduct constitutes a clear violation of university policy and maintains zero tolerance for such behavior. Moore was head coach for 2 seasons and led them this year to a 9-3 record. The team ranked 18th in the country.
What do you got in here? Go out here. It's probably 18.
For Michigan's bowl game on December 3rd. Football team Sharon Moore has now been detained by police. A school investigation found evidence he had an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. Michigan's athletic director said in a statement the conduct constitutes a clear violation of university policy and UM maintains zero tolerance for such behavior. Moore was head coach for 2 seasons and led them this year to a 9-3 record. The team ranked 18th in the country. If PG will be the interim coach for Michigan's bowl game on December 31st.
2026 on 2006
Football team Sharon Moore and Moore has now been detained by police.
And according to the New York Times, the project won't even be completed this century, and the total cost is now estimated to be over $130 billion. So I just wanted to ask you, do you think this is something that bears scrutiny, or can you confirm whether there's any kind of investigation going on at the FBI?
Just click the link in the FBI certainly can't investigate the FBI certainly can investigate and does investigate. Order by December 15th to guarantee delivery by Christmas. These great gifts like these earbuds shouldn't show up late. That's spyraycon.com/coldfusionopen. The links are below in the description too. Thanks to Raycon for sponsoring this video.
In the UEFI, you need to go across to Advanced and run CCU for virtualization of fixed conditions. Scroll down to find that, virtualization technology, which is the only program available in those which we need to process, enable.
Michigan's athletic director said in a
just so we've
statement
looked at
the
it,
conduct
these installed the meld and we load lines with 5 PC, we have to press F2 to enter, and here we are. Mode engage, here we are in, tweaker, and then press CPU set to go, and nothing looks different, but now with this edition installed, I can right click and go to display.
Bowl game on December 31st.
Requirements for Windows 11. Okay, I'll see if I can do anything with that.
So all of a sudden, when you coming in 7 months ago, gentlemen's time has no hired, and pedophile accusation, we have arrested 15 child predators in the last 7 months. Under investigation initiated by the prior director. The director's good work.
On December 31st.
We have the First Lady of the United States. That's exciting. That's more exciting than the President.
Robert Lincoln 1283. Sam Robert Lincoln 1287.
Go ahead, Sue. You know where Santa is? Santa is very far away. Heading to your
It has a few options to sort, zoom, whatever. The settings are extremely basic in
And if any more updates did become available, we would have a red dot and indication down here, and we could repeat what we just did. And it's very, very important to note that by default, the user is in the second look at the updates, such as version notices, I think, is pretty familiar to people who are used to using current versions of Windows. And if you want to configure it, there's lots of really good settings available. Not only do we have the normal Linux type settings, but we have the Zorin appearance to it. If we bring that up, you'll see we have different layouts. Well, the first layout is what they call Windows-like. It's what we've got here. We've also got Windows this one.
Full spectrum analysis engaged. Full spectrum analysis engaged.
Charles.
Charles,
configuration applied. Configuration applied.
Lo and behold, we should find, yes, our USB drive is now once again available in Windows. The program is to install a virtual machine. And here I've installed something called virtual box, which is running down here. And this allows you to run hypervisor operating system inside the host, the main operating system.
However, there are alternatives, and the first one I want to briefly mention is VMware for Workstation Pro.
Just to show you what I've got going on here, down here I've got a copy of Windows 7 running. This is a test copy of Windows 7, and here I've installed, I think it's Office XP, early.
Earlier revealed they charged dozens of people in Minnesota's Somali community for allegedly stealing hundreds of millions of dollars in taxpayer money, including from...
And here we are back again, so let's relaunch Corpus. And if we select our Windows 10 virtual machine into settings and to USB, I have got a USB drive plugged into the system, as you can probably see up here. And if we click this little button here to add a USB filter for the currently attached device, there we can see it here. There's lots of devices attached. There's a mouse and the keyboard, but I think we'll go for that, which is our USB drive. There we are. So we'll click on OK. And if we now launch our virtual machine,
building and dumpster. Yeah, they are aware, so they're going to let us feel it. Just take it if you want.
Out to 932.
Yeah.
Busy standby.
Twist his cord.
That's well, there at the table. He said a guy took his bike off the rack. I guess it must hand the bar must hit the way it goes. He says it isn't dangerous. He didn't crack it. It's Satan there. You want to take pictures of that? 1990. If he didn't write it up in a report.
And then 915, I got that one going. I had it in 4467. Out to 932.
Yeah.
Dead, Starling.
Good
job. Good entry. Good command. Starling, where's the danger area?
Hello? Do you want to take pictures of that, or
For the bill validator. Not to
Hawaii card only expires in November of 2029. Be clear negative NTSC and TCIC is showing ccpd for 2,694.
we're going for.
And here we have VirtualBox. But we're not quite finished yet, because you might remember back in the mists of ancient time, or in other words, a few minutes ago, we downloaded the VirtualBox extension pack. So let's add this in by going to File and to Tools and Extension Pack Manager, like that, and we will install by picking up the extension pack. There it is, and open, and it checks we want to do it, of course. Yes, we do. We don't have to do so to download our VirtualBox. Time, as I otherwise was a few minutes ago, downloading the VirtualBox extension. Once again, so we'll write this in by going to File and to Tools, and Extension Pack Manager, like that, and here we are back on the desktop by picking up the extension pack. There are various things that can be done here, some of which we will do it, it's possible to do, like we will give you have videos, settings on card, and everything is hard. You need to launch the program and install the right drivers for is to install a virtual machine. And here I installed two Down here I've got a copy of Windows 7. This is a test copy of Windows 7, and here I've installed I think Office
privacy benefit here is twofold. First, you can now keep your phone in airplane mode at all times, which stops it.
Many of the people who are used to using current versions of Windows, and if you want to configure it, there's lots of really good settings available. Not only do we have the normal Linux type of settings, but we have the Zorin Appearance tab. If we bring that up, you'll see we have different layouts available. And the first layout is what they call Windows Lite, is what we've got here.
Out of service. 1110 detail.
Given the
Phaser is like some
915,
people are
I
using
got
it.
that one going. I had an entry
No
box.
vehicles.
Yeah, for him. Yeah.
It takes 932 off
Out to 932.
Yeah.
Available, running out of station 72 for training.
Recent kernel, recent drivers, you should be able to run that on any computer without any prompts. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've done.
Hold it right there, Helmet. Come down this hallway.
Starting JSON security scan. Stand complete. System is secure. Stand complete. System is secure.
To be my own daily driver. But are you a Linux Mint user? And if so, what do you think about the latest version? Do let us all know down in the comments section. But now that's it for another video. If you've enjoyed what you've seen here, please press
Clear. Insurance is verify manually. Mail subject Lopez out of this city. Clear. Valid. With Sam John King 0251, Sam John King 0251.
Designed to do this. And this brings us back to the subject of time shift, which is a bit like system restore in Windows. So let's close this down like that, and we'll now launch time shift. We've got a little message again telling us about it. There it is. We saw that just before we rebooted. We could launch time shift from here, but if you haven't got this coming up, you can also launch it from the menu. You can go to administration and down bottom there is time shift. Let's launch it. Windows 11.
Asking if she was there.
Make sure.
Are you all clear? Fine.
Hey, hey.
How are you?
Shooting like steady.
Airport 6D, David, Lansart.
David, Lansart, 38.
Facing everything in fact.
Airport 6D.
As we go back to the menu, we can go
Right.
Design Appearance, which offers even more customization possibilities. These include changing the theme, the accent color, also going to a dark mode if we want, like that, although I'm going to come back to light for now. And we've also got effects here. We can turn on, for example, the famous jelly mode, so Windows do this. I think I'll leave that turned off. And we can also turn on the desktop cube for switching between workspaces in 3D. I'll just show you that. We go down here, we can...
Hello.
Frank?
I guess so.
Yo one.
Hey, yo, one. Hello.
Frank? Charles.
Charles,
In light of China's research on rare birds, do you view India as a...
Yeah, with two suspicious vehicles, having a vehicle.
Proton VPN.
Hello.
You all know what a VPN does and why you should probably have one handy. Just
Yo one.
make sure that you're doing.
She had an individual and they were getting off the unit to spit at her.
Shutting down your computer is no longer simple, because Windows insists on installing updates first.
I'm sure your boss will understand when your Windows PC randomly shuts down in the middle of, say, an important meeting, or just before a deadline with your work unsaved, just for it to spend, if you're lucky, minutes booting back up while it does. Even though you said whichever option was closest to you.
King.
Yes, sir.
Computer on Sony then. 24.
I have an S1. The address 4222 222 Hermosa Drive.
$17.
File 2.7.
Now, you could follow this guy around all day, or put him surveillance microphones at his apartment, but that would be a very limited source of information. The easiest way, folks, is just to find out his communication methods. Typically, this would be phone or email. Let's start
I don't have a product key, so we'll just take that down there.
Effortlessly track
And
every
I want to
phone
install
call
Windows 11.
or receive.
10-4.
And in this respect,
So when I'm at
Notes is
home
an
or
upgrade
work, I could
tool
just
which
connect
should
to my
allow an
Wi-Fi
upgrade
network
from
there.
OS
But
17
what about when
to
I'm
18.
out and about?
However,
Because
to be able
radios
to do
actually don't
full
like
audio
error back
let's
at
go
partner.
over to the dial.
Thank you.
Traffic.
Go ahead.
Traffic. Traffic.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Traffic.
Go ahead.
Using the same temp of 330 for the hot end, I ran a test from 5 to 25 cubic millimeters per second. The results were not what I expected and pretty extreme. The first small section looked fine, but after that it quickly went from bad to awful. With tests I've recently ran, many filaments have using the same temp of 330 for the hot end. I ran a test wanting to run one using the same temp of 330 for the hot end. The results were not what I expected, starting at 5, and the first small section were not what I expected,
and I don't have to worry about what came before since it's not relevant to what I'm looking for.
After that, many filaments went from
And similarly, what we can do is take journal CTL, add one for unit, and I'll investigate SSHD just like we did before, then dash sense, and then in double quotes I could place a date string. And I'm going to simplify this one quite a bit. What I'm going to do for a date string is type yesterday, just like that. So if I knew something happened,
you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've done. It is a
The DA confirming he used a knife to allegedly kill his parents. Nick Reiner was expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationships with his parents. Morgan Chesky starts us off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
Good morning.
He's rolling them right now. The DA's informant, he used a knife to allegedly kill his parents.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
I can use that word.
And I said to them,
with his parents. Corpus starts us off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
Yeah. She had an individual and they were getting off the unit and spit at her.
To academic excellence, to accountability, to meaningful engagement. And so, the response we submitted speaks for itself.
Now, let me ask by show of hands, if you think this was appropriate for the federal government to intervene one way that the federal government influences us all is in setting priorities. And every administration has done and every administration has done that. What are the critical priorities? And every administration has done that. What are the critical?
Cancel that. I'm going to still work the call.
National Paint's clean and tidy.
Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message because the virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11.
Stupid
Which is
fucking
fix
employees.
this by going backwards.
I gotta get other shit. Cleaning the fucking yard to everybody else's standards for the last 2 months.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
If I can use that word.
And I said to them,
Is so that you can have connectivity on the go. If you don't put a SIM in your phone, how are you meant to still have that connectivity? You'd use Wi-Fi instead. With an internet connection, your phone can function almost entirely as usual, even without a SIM. You could use all the same apps you normally would. You could still use your favorite message apps.
At the time, I didn't know how much. At the time, I didn't know how much.
They suck bigly.
Yesterday,
They suck bigly.
I know that it happened since yesterday.
Okay, great.
Then what I could do is type literally yesterday. That's right.
Now, millions of dollars spent cleaning up the plugins.
50-year-old female who fell and possibly broke her ankle. Again, 239.
42 copy 4 Lincoln 02. Charles.
In light of China's research on rare birds, do you view India as a...
Two suspicious vehicles, having a vehicle.
Everyone behind the counter had a Ku Klux Klan hood on top of their head. What do you think I'm going to do in this day and age? Run out and take a fried chicken? Not if I'm hungry. I go straight to the front. Hey man, let me get 2 pieces. I don't give a fuck what he says. You want a biscuit with that, nigga? I thought it came with a biscuit. What's all this attitude? I want a 2-piece. Chop, chop. You know what it is.
Miles southeast of Port Lavaca. We got 49 minutes. 5 minutes.
Yeah, and well designed, and if we click on download, we can see the Pro version of SOS 17.
JSON security scan.
The first of these is SOS 17 Pro, which allows you to distro, get it costs $39 plus taxes, or
An 18-month-old child that had fallen off his bed.
Address is 411 Southeast 3rd Street. Repeat 411 Southeast 3rd Street for a 53-year-old female. Difficulty breathing and you can have an emergency message. Emergency message on our inspection.
Cancel. Unit responding clear. You can cancel.
This
is
sensitive to how I develop a team in terms of pushing both the contractor, I will push on the city, and I will push on the design team. But that's what I want you to glean out here. Is that
recent should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've done. It is a
little button here to add a USB filter for the currently attached device. We can see it here. There's lots of devices attached. There's a mouse
If he's
and keyboard,
expiring or not, he's not working for people. They've got to put more of a bigger vision.
In 3 months, from June to September alone. Mr. President, that in and of itself would be historic for a 4-year presidency. You did that in 7 months because you let good cops be cops, and you partnered us with the right people in the Department of Justice.
To sign in. Now it's a subscription service. Yeah, Microsoft is basically just milking you for every single dime.
Even shutting down your computer is no longer simple, because Windows insists on installing updates first.
I'm sure your boss will understand when your Windows PC randomly shuts down in the middle of, say, an important meeting, or just before a deadline with your work unsaved, just for it to spend 40 minutes shutting down your computer. I'm sure your boss will understand when your Windows PC randomly shuts down in the middle of an important meeting, or just before a deadline with your work unsaved, just before a deadline work unsaved, just for whichever option was closest to whichever option was closest to
in the first term, Iran found out when POTUS says 60 days that he seeks peace and negotiation, he means 60 days of peace and negotiation. Otherwise, that new
Hello.
Frank?
I guess so.
Yo one.
Hey, yo, one. Hello.
Frank?
Hello.
Frank?
I guess so.
Yo one.
Hey, yo, one.
And you've got some made in America.
So we'll click on finish.
Trump has been very vocal that he disagrees
And
with
here
the
we
fact
are
he wants
back
lower
again.
rates.
I need to log
Today's
in.
lecture process not so fast.
There we go. And nothing looks different, but now when Guest Edition is installed, I can right click and go to
We will
display.
very much see a different makeup at the Fed depending on who the president chooses, and that could mean that there is likely even more division potentially next year.
We're
seeing dramatic
that was the one before that you kind of cut off.
Hello.
Right. I guess so.
Kyo 1.
Authoritarian, go for checking you set off the alarm, and then once you knocked on the door, she set it off again. Call me tonight. Oh, 4610. Y'all may get another call, but ignore that one. It just went off again.
Starting JSON security scan.
Channel 5, transit radio check.
But if I place the water barrier in front, like this, no fluorescence. If I start this up first, and then block it, you see that the energy
keep going. This is for to go down and when you want. The north of train 37.
Hello.
Frank?
I guess so.
Dave.
Yo one.
Hey, yo, one.
Hello.
Frank?
Hello.
Frank?
I guess.
Scan complete. System is secure.
is 1044.
They was
Good.
A2.
Simple. Route 43, 1044. Wait. On to a Guzman out of San Angelo. Expired September 24. September 24th. Insurance confirmed. Your Guzman subject out of San Angelo is clear. Valid. Route 144 is 1044.
Alpha 1B, let me know once you are back on.
Hello.
Right.
I guess so.
Dave.
Yo one.
Hey, yo, one.
Frank. (401B) 1044.
And then
401B 1044.
Tampa.
Six way load check at tower site.
Exit George Paul 9-8 Lincoln.
Hello? Hello?
George Paul 9.
I guess so. I guess so.
Heo 1. Heo 1.
Heo 1. Heo 1. I guess so.
Heo 1.
Heo 1.
We got him against fire. Not 18.
Hello?
Frank?
Hello?
Frank?
I guess so.
Heo 1.
Heo 1. Hello?
Frank?
Hello?
Frank?
I guess so.
Heo 1.
Heo 1. Hello?
Frank?
Hello?
Frank?
I guess
805 outside. Signal 1 outside.
For the bill validator, spinning round and round, not able to spinning round and round, give out card bill validator. Once the bill spinning round and round, not able to spinning round and round, give out card to once the bill out card. Once the bill is served. Canada 915, Canada 915. Want to explain
Joe's available, running out of Station 72 for training.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've done. It is a
Go ahead.
Alright, show me complete at 4222 at Washington, 24.
Was there a leak there after all that you couldn't point where it was at? Because I have another call that came up on the same street. Me too. Hermosa. Gas odor is in the garage on this one. PD called this one in. Fire department was en route. Work order is 323.
But Stephen, thank you for doing an unbelievable job. And the people of this country love you, I tell you, and they love what you say about crime and stopping crime.
Hello?
So now I'd like to ask Director Patel to say a few words. And Pam and Todd also. And I just want to congratulate them. This is an amazing thing. And we're just at the start. We're going to go into other cities that we're not talking about purposely. We're getting ready to go in. And when they go in, like
Frank.
Hello?
Frank.
I guess so.
Yo one.
Hey, yo, one. Hello?
Frank.
I guess so.
Yo one.
Frank.
Hey, yo, one. Hello?
Frank.
Hello?
Frank.
I guess so.
Well, 56, show me 5-3 my residence.
Near mile marker 734, just
146 traffic.
Hello.
Right. I guess so.
Yo one.
Hey, yo, one. Hello.
Right.
One 4627. Six 52 46 44 56 52. Sure,
Starting JSON security scan.
And inside the letters will snap into place. It's just a string and a 4mm ball. Basic details. Oh, and the stuff I bought from Eurotone's already here too. The transformer is way heavier than I thought. The tubes are beautiful. I really like them. The speaker is a 6-inch. I know it's small, but this has to be a small amp. Going up to 8 inches would have made the cabinet a lot bigger, so I went with 6. Nico recommended this one, so yeah, can't wait to build this. But
Currently on full stores, we have to take all the heart, half an hour close.
907 with a trim offline. Okay, I'll see if I can do anything with that.
You brought your case today?
Negative. It's in the water. I'm finished, you feel. Given the noice 15, I got that one going. I had an entry box.
Yeah, farm. Yeah.
Yeah, tonight, preacher.
Yeah.
The DA confirming he used a knife to allegedly kill his parents. Nick Reiner was expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents. Morgan Chesky starts us off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
bare bones.
And once again,
clearly
we're
see that
arriving
some
at
stuff
Mint,
is
this
not
time in
animated
stall.
as it should be. Some stuff isn't
I'll
as
just
smooth as
in.
it should be. There are some
And here
performance
we are back
failures
on the desktop
using apps.
with it, and there's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later in the video, but the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card, we need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card.
Yeah.
Hello.
Frank? I guess so.
Yo one.
Yo one. Hello.
Frank? $6.5 million better, which is good. That's a good Christmas present for the city. And you can see in the detail why that is $6.5 million better. We received a little bit better collections in our property tax from the appraisal review board process. Our sales tax which is good.
The Corpus Christi Business and Jobs Development Corporation, also known as Type of Income, Ms. Berto, can you please call that?
Network adapter. Now, when we've done that,
Scan complete. All system is secure.
Requirements for Windows 11, but we can fix this by going backwards.
The DA confirming he used a knife to allegedly kill his parents. Nick Reiner was expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents. Morgan Chesky starts us off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
And then you've got some made in America glasses. That.
Then we try the Shelbys.
What do you think? The Shelbys or the?
They both look good on you.
You're a salesman.
You're a salesman.
And what about saluting our fighter pilots this Christmas?
And King Street work off sorry dispatcher. But everything else is not so on Windows. You will need to install drivers to get anything resembling a good quality print or a scan. Either the manufacturer will have a CD, in which case I hope you can use that, or you'll have to hunt online through cryptic websites to find the exact model among 200 different ones that have almost the same serial number. macOS might also work without installing specific drivers, but the
that there is likely even more division potentially next year and months to come.
All right, Elizabeth Schultz, thanks to you. We're seeing a dramatic new video of a car racing down a busy airport taxi.
Hello.
Right. I guess so.
He yo one.
Hey, yo, one. Hello.
Right.
No problem.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
If I can use that word.
And I said to them,
setting aside that stumbling over the word articulable is objectively
Right then, we all know about the H2S now, the younger but more fit and agile brother to the H2D. And yeah, right. I'll say it again, I much prefer the H2S over the 2D because it gives the larger build volume we wanted of a Bamboo printer without any of that confusing limit of only being able to use some of the print bed depending on the nozzle or whatever. When I buy a Bamboo as a 3D printer user, there's an expectation that I'm simple-minded. Yeah, I am. And with that, I expect simplicity from the products. So the TLDR is, whilst I like the multiple nozzles on a printer, I'd much prefer Bamboo to deliver the multi-tool head approach, and I don't think I'm alone on that. But it's not like the H2S doesn't have its own limits either, which is why this video isn't about 3D printing on a 3D printer, it's about frickin' laser beams. I had to say it, because now when you buy a new Bamboo, you've got an option, to laser or not to laser. That is the question. Well, it's one I hope to answer today, as we have a look at what these are like as laser machines. Hi, I'm Ross, and this is Fohammer Videos. So yeah, in case this is the first video of mine you've stumbled across on the H2s, I've done a review of the H2S and the H2D separately as 3D printers. So if you're looking for the basic spec of the machine you're looking at, or what the features mean practically to you as users and how they perform, check those videos out. But this is going to focus on laser functions entirely. And I'm glad to do this video because I'll be straight up front. I am a Bamboo fanboy. I'm a guy all about how brands deliver their user experience and the practical impact that makes on these products. And Bamboo are the absolute kings of brand-specific UX in the FDM printer space. But as I started reviewing home laser machines, specifically with the intention of having a perspective to measure Bamboo against, I'm happy this now lets me show you that whilst I am a fan, I'm certainly not a shill, because I'll say it up front. When it comes to lasers, Bamboo have some maturing to do in this space. So let's crack on. The first thing to point out on the laser machines is that they've got green doors and fully opaque glass lids. This isn't simply an aesthetic choice to differentiate laser from non-laser version. Both the colour and the material used is intended to block out the specific wavelength of light that is output by the standard diode laser. However, I'll talk about this more shortly when we cover laser safety considerations, as there are more elements that come into this. In fact, the majority of elements added in the laser version of these machines is around safety. Speaking of which, the parts you need to install. Lasers can produce a lot of smoke, and many materials release gases, vapours and particulate matter that range from irritating or flammable to outright toxic or carcinogenic. So, those will need to be vented outside, or connected to an internal smoke filter, the latter of which I have and will come back to after looking at the laser features. Stick with me, this will all come together. Next up is the emergency stop. As standard, the H2 machines have little red circular keys that go in the back. If this is unplugged at any point, the printer won't power on. The laser version lets you swap this for a cabled E-stop that mounts to the right side of the printer by wedging it under a discrete recess. And again, at any point this button is depressed, power is cut from the whole printer, complete and immediate shutdown. And this also has the same red key in the back that needs to be present in order to power up the machine, but this can also be taken away to prevent unauthorized use at any time. But when it comes to making sure that your machine is ready to be used as a laser machine, or at least swapped to one, those are pretty much the full install steps beyond the initial unboxing of the printer, ventilation and a safety switch. These next two elements are essentially hot swappable depending on when you want to go between printing mode and lasering mode. So first up is obviously the laser module itself. On the H2S you can only currently choose the 10 watt diode module, and I'm saying currently because I expect a future where they'll release at least an IR module, if not also the ideal possibility of 20 watt versions of their lasers. Again though, if this is possible, we'll come back to that. The limitation here is due to the size of the power supply pre-installed in the H2S, which is smaller than that of the PSU in the H2D, and that one will allow us to use up to 40 watt diode lasers at present. But either laser module easily just swaps in. Remove the toolhead's faceplate, pull off the spinny dial, and simply slide the laser module on and clip it into place. You will also need to attach the air assist hose, and whilst maybe you should take that cable out when going back to printer mode, I've had no issue just leaving it in and tucking it back on itself. After that, there's just one final cable which plugs into a port on the top of the toolhead. And as soon as that's connected, assuming the power's on, the printer immediately understands it's now in laser mode, and it opens up the dynamic vents on the back and the top. And just like when it's printing, the top vent is fresh air in and the rear vent is bad air out. The only other thing to install is the laser cutting plate, and just like any normal build plate, this has angled extrusions on the back edges in order to align this perfectly on the bed. This plate has serrated bars that you can install across it, which raises your material from the base of the platform so that when you're performing a laser cut operation, the waste material can fall away. And these bars can be installed in multiple configurations depending on the size of what it is you're lasering. And I can see that Bamboo also sell a mesh panel, which is helpful for smaller materials because it's got fewer gaps. I'd also like to see a proper honeycomb plate, as these existing bars do sometimes generate a bit of flashback, which can sometimes create burns on the back edges of cut material. Now on the top surfaces, this is minimized because the laser module has that built-in air assist. Essentially, this is a small air pump and a hose to blow away smoke, soot and a bit of heat to prevent top surface scorching. And if you get a H2 with the laser module initially, so from the factory as a combo laser machine, it comes with an internal air compressor. If you get the non-laser version and then upgrade later, that air assist compressor is an external device. There's also a bird's eye camera that can capture an image of the bed from an oblique angle at the front. The software then applies a perspective correction so it appears as if you're viewing from a perfectly top-down scan. But like all lasers with fixed cameras, this relies on some level of correcting optical distortion, so they're never truly accurate. I actually spent some time engraving X's on different areas of the bed and then taking a photo after without moving the part to see how close it was, and honestly, of all the types of machines I've tested, this was pretty darn close, until I artificially added quite a bit of height to the plate and noticed a larger offset. Now hopefully this can be corrected by software in time, but it's not uncommon that cameras on lasers still aren't 100% accurate. This one's still solid, but I'd like like to see any brand incorporate a camera into the tool head and then mesh together a full top-down scan of the build area, which should be partially possible here, considering there's a LiDAR scanner. Now, speaking of build area, despite the 2D's combined 350 by 320 area and the 2S's 340 by 320 area, the laser working area is only 310 by 270 millimeters, and that depth drops even further to 250 millimeters if you use the 40 watt module. This area is also different to both the cutting and pen plotting add-ons, but I'll cover those in a separate video. But in any case, the laserable depth is shy of the standard 300 by 300 millimeter materials that Bamboo sells, and it's another reason why I'll say again, I do think it's a mistake that Bamboo didn't give us equal depth to width on all of these H2 machines. So that's the hardware. When it comes to actually using the machine, well, on your first install, the UI does a great job of walking you through the initial calibration. One of the most important steps in setting up a laser is determining the accurate focal distance, because as laser light comes out of the diode, it's focused through a lens to a specific focal point. If you've ever done the experiment of sunlight through a magnifying glass for whatever reason, psycho, it's basically that on a micro scale. But that also means if the laser is too far from the focal point, it won't be sharp, and too close, the same thing. So the first thing the machine does is etch some lines into a piece of card and use the LiDAR to determine which is the thinnest so it can understand the best focal distance. So that part is completely automated. Now the workflow in the software should really be load your material, take a photo with the bird's eye camera, measure the height with the LiDAR, place your design and click make. Like the machine is a good boy. But that's not quite it, not yet. And when you first use the software, it offers a sample project to understand their version of the correct journey. Now I skipped it to test how intuitive it is, and well, I'm also lazy and just wanted to get on with it. And well, yeah, for Bamboo, not so much. Unlike Bamboo Studio, which was intelligently designed around a user workflow of import model, change settings, click print, with tabs and button placement located and highlighted mostly in that workflow or your objective order, this software, that's just not there yet. First you load your design into one screen where you choose your...
A White House official, I was told, look, don't rule out the possibility that there could be an 11th hour deal. Is that person being realistic? Do you think that there could actually be an 11th hour deal here?
Now, you can understand why it happened. A virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going backwards. And
Like Hill Center's mile southeast of Taco. We got 49 minutes and 580.
You watch it, you're like, where's that? Kind of figure out where it is.
Dude, I got it. I didn't call you. Are you dispatcher? Well, you knocked on my door. Oh, you're dispatcher. Dude, I got it. I didn't call you. Are you dispatch? I'm still inside. Oh, you're dispatcher. Okay. And you're Jay Torres.
You know, all the
contact head games with the body cam video. Yeah. Well, and you're Jay Torres, right? You want to play some more head games with the body cam video? Yeah. Anyways, well, hey, I was a victim of a terrorist attack with the use of pipe bomb and catamaran. You want to investigate that after 4 years of persecution?
You just told me out at 410 Bird in regards to that dog call.
There you go. It's all yours.
Yeah. Last time, 1838, she had an individual and they were getting off the unit and spit at her. Yeah.
Playing to Bill Miller's David Zebra Frank 6589, David Zebra Frank 6589 at the Bill Miller's barbecue.
We'll bring that up, you'll see we have the layouts on that. And the first layout is what they call Windows Library, as we've got here. We've also got Windows lists in the video, but the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer there is to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card.
One 4627. 40800055. 40800055.
Advantages to robots. One is that they're small. They're alive.